let's begin. In 3, 2, 1, now.
Long ago, the giant Carlon tree, the essence of balance and order in the world, withered and died. By the will of the heavens, the world was cleaved in two. Many years later, the Chosen of Regeneration planted a new world tree to take the place of the withered giant Carlon tree. The birth of the new world tree also brought about the unification of Silverrock and Tetha Allah. The two worlds were now reborn as one. The world was at the dawn of a bright new era, or so it seemed.
Now the only thing with this is that I'm going to probably need to set up Marta too. Maybe I don't, but I'd rather have her set up right away. I'm actually going to do a strategy change immediately out of the gate, just because I feel like we're going to need Marta right away. Well, not right away, but I'll need her to be useful. First, let's do that. Bandana, red ribbon, and that's actually it. Eclipse can happen during Crazia. Now for a bunch of equips. Oh my god! Is literally just being forced back to the ground. Lester, I know you're watching right now. I'm just gonna make it clear that I am not requiring Balacra Phoenix, because that's not actually a boss. I explained that in the Speedrun Discord for it, but I count it as a boss if it gives extra grade for boss defeated. And of course, Treasure Hunter's Trophy is an exception to that because I need to complete those quests if I want to complete that boss as well.
Stop panicking, for one. Children hunt monsters like this for fun.
But I...
Relax. I'll give you instructions.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, I would have actually had to do that Richter side quest if it wasn't for the fact that the Thargelian also isn't a boss, which is the giant chirpy that you face at the bottom.
Mortal Summer! Enduring Equinox!
Now hopefully Brute doesn't end up playing the old run killer on me. I mean, granted, last night I wasn't exactly going to get the record even if I had gotten past Brute. But still. It's a nagging thought.
What?
Yep.
You... There...
Raging thrust!
The only thing I'm not sure what I should do, which is much later down the road, is if I should give Marta the healer's ribbon or not. Dead. I think the decision, though, is easy for Emil with the Stardust Breaker gauntlets.
But
You.
but
It has us that like
Savage Reaper! Demon's Ray!
no. Yeah. Yeah.
Savage Reaper! Demon's Ray!
Nice. Of course, I am required to beat Lloyd. Like, there's literally no reason for me to not beat Lloyd in New Game Plus.
It
destruction!
Demonic Tiger Blade!
I actually need to do this.
It's over! Demon
Healing power!
Demon Fang! Raging Tiger Blade! Raging Tiger Blade!
Heal! Healing power!
Wow, talk about getting
It's
lucky. Let's see. +2. Just in case I need to do it in the sky as well. And yeah. Oops. I don't know why I had a memory distortion there for a bit. 'Cause usually I'm holding the right trigger right away there. Guess I still have post-traumatic brute disorder because of brute ending my run yesterday.
Is-
That's right, I remembered one thing I needed to do. There we go.
That's it?
And as will be apparent, my split names basically are just the boss name or chapter end. Though there are a couple exceptions where it's just boss and then the chapter ends basically right after. So obviously it's an exception in Chapter 1 because the fight with Magnar doesn't end the chapter, essentially. But in Chapter 7, the ending of the fight with Richter basically does end the chapter. Though, obviously there are events to skip first.
That's it?
Death to those against the goddess Martel!
Raging thrust!
Roaring
Raging
spear!
thrust! Savage Reaper! Phoenix Rush!
How could I?
Did I forget to equip Ability Plus? Yes, I did. Now I see why. Ability Plus is more important than Sky Combo 1. The only complaint that I'll have is that I can't do the same strategy I would in New Game Plus percent. Any percent, that is. For unwinnable Garuda. Just because Marta survived that Lloyd fight.
But
If let's have some fun! Phoenix Rush! Won't work! Blossom Storm! Raging Crush! Savage Reaper! No!
There we go. This will at least make it easier for me to get out of this. Though that's not a guarantee still. For all I know, I might still end up getting unlucky.
I can't lose. I can't lose. I can't lose.
Oh, nice. Another one? That's only the first time I've seen that. That's the first time I've seen Garuda use Storm Cauldron and then follow up with another Storm Cauldron. Usually it rarely uses that. And I don't think you can see it on any difficulty except unknown. Unless it can happen on lower difficulties. Not that I'm complaining. Oh yeah, and the other exception to my sub-split rules is Gladsheim. Spoiler, spoiler. Because otherwise that's just going to be a forever split anyways.
Rising thrust! Move!
Tempest swallow!
Savage Reaper!
Nice.
That's it?
Oh yeah, I need to get my monsters back to normal. Should also buy that iron spinner while I'm at it, so I can get an energy arc later. And by later, I mean in chapter 3. I totally forgot which was the equip shop. There we go.
Raging thrust!
Radiant Gale!
Nice. Helpful turbulence.
Eat it. Eat.
I was up.
That's...
Look. It...
It's...
Look. He.
But...
In. No. How?
But...
Phoenix Rush! Savage Reaper! Savage Reaper! Shatter!
There we go.
That's it?
Excuse me. Fun little bit of trivia here is that cutscene is the only time Colette actually calls Tenebrae by his real name and not Tenebrae.
Weak.
You're right.
Raging Thrust! Phoenix Rush! That's it?
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly. Raging Thrust! You're too weak.
I couldn't get these fights yesterday.
Weak.
You're right.
Raging Thrust!
That was easy.
Why couldn't I get those fights yesterday?
Weak.
You're right.
Raging Thrust! Move! Savage Reaper! Demon's Rush!
Nice.
No. We...
Raging Thrust!
That was easy.
Oh. Wait. It... Oh. Please.
Too bad the route doesn't start deviating until chapter 5.
So,
Take sweats out of your legs, I'm gonna need. Good luck.
we.
It sucks that the early game, and really the mid game even, doesn't really have any fights that are majorly dangerous. It's not until I fight Siren in chapter 4 that I'm not really in any danger. Because right now I'm just far too over leveled for any enemy to do any significant damage. How long is this run? Because it is all bosses, I'm expecting it to be at least 7 hours. If this was just regular New Game plus any percent, it would be only a little longer than 4 hours. This all bosses for New Game Plus doesn't have very many differences, but those differences are huge. But they don't start becoming apparent until chapter 5. Until then, I could basically run as if I was in any percent. Is that the differences start becoming apparent in chapter 5. Obviously, the chapter that has the largest difference, though, is Chapter 8. And that's obviously where it is the most apparent.
That...
And even if the run doesn't last 7 hours, it's pretty much guaranteed to last at least 6.
Time for punishment. Do you want to be hit?
Raging thrust! Savage
Do
Reaper!
you want to...
That's it?
What console is this on? This is on the PS3. It's also on the Wii, but the PS3 version is more superior because of some differences. And that's in the terms of the special equipment that you can get on PS3. You can't get it on the Wii unless you play, I think, on the PAL version. I could be wrong on that. At least my 80% run last night, even though that failed, because I got a game over at Brute, does give the indication that I still do remember how to get through the Dynasty Ruins and Salia Human Ranch. Whoops. And I'm being a derp. I need to do this first. Oh, come on. Change the flow of water. Back to light. And twice. Well, that was convenient. Usually I have to navigate around that enemy. But I think there's going to be a flip side to that. Nope, never mind. I was expecting the flip side to be that waiver. It's from my teen years, actually. The game initially came out in 2008. But it was remastered alongside its prequel in 2013 and put on one disc, and that was for the PS3.
Move!
Divine Saber!
Move!
Hungry Manitou. And I could give you a rundown, but you need to also understand the prequel as well. And the prequel I actually don't understand as much, because I haven't actually played it, believe it or not. Basically, there's weather problems all over the world because someone is asleep and you need to wake them up. Whoops. And it's your job to get these things called Centurion's Cores to fix these weather problems. But eventually, you'll learn that the one that was actually asleep is actually already with us. You'd have to actually play the game to understand.
What? That... Yeah.
I don't know if you were here during Asgard, while I was in Asgard in Chapter 2. But the weather problem that they had was very strong winds. And so you need to get the core from the underground ruins to calm the winds. You'll see the obvious weather problem coming up in this chapter after the first boss, which is this first split right here. Ah. Yeah, the obvious weather problem in this chapter doesn't become apparent until the second half of it. The only qualm I have with this game is that there isn't a way to skip these cutscenes that involve just a bunch of text dialogue like this. So I literally have to keep mashing through it. Luckily, it's not stressful on my fingers because I can alternate between cross and circle. Which is how you're noticing that I could do that double menuing very quickly. It's because I could do that. You obviously noticed that the previous place I was at, not Asalia, but the Martel Temple, that it's vanished from the map selection. Yeah, I won't be able to come back to that one for a while.
You're amazing!
And by a while, I mean you won't see me go back to it until after I'm out of the New Game Plus dungeon in Chapter 8. Yep, story stuff. There are some things that I could skip, but if you were to watch a casual playthrough, it will have just text subtitles, assuming they don't remove that. Whereas with text dialogue like this, you have to mash through it. So, this is one thing I call a cutscene. The things that are skippable are events. So, the next time I actually see an event will be actually at the end of this dungeon right here. And it'll be obvious, because it'll be skipped. And I'm sure you notice the enemy where Marta is right now. Hi, here's Suta. There we go.
You're too weak.
One thing that I haven't actually started, that I haven't actually done in this game, is a regular New Game run. Just because I think that the grinding for that is a lot more monotonous. Because in order to get experience, every enemy does have a base amount that it gives. But there's also bonus experience, and that bonus experience is determined by combos. So that's really more apparent for Chapter 5, spoiler, but it does have its cases in earlier chapters too. But Chapter 5 is where it's most apparent. Where for grinding, you need to get like a 700 hit combo on a couple of the bosses. It's a ridiculously monotonous process. And you can't really afford to mess up because you don't hit hard enough. Luckily, I don't need to worry about this bit because that's a blink and you miss it recovery station. So So essentially, I can just barrel through that part all I want. Now this actually can have some pretty awkward movement if you're not careful. Because if Emil walks directly straight and then turns basically a full 180 degrees, it's a much slower process than if he was to just basically make a faster turn. So that's why I always am trying to make sure that I'm not doing those full 180s, because you can actually lose like 2 seconds for each one. But there's also a flip side way to make it instant, but it's precise too. That's an instant one. And with how many times you actually need to use these lifts, if you had used the least optimal movement, you could probably lose like 30-40 seconds from this. It's usually this green platform right here that's the biggest offender of it. So that's why I'm always more careful with it. Because like I said, you can lose like 2 seconds for every time it happens. Yeah, it really adds up. Let me push that along. And that's use will become apparent now. Alright, when I did my run last night, I was a complete derp in this section. So hopefully I can get around it this time. Yep, looks like I'll be good. I mean, luckily if I get into a non-forced encounter, or I should say an encounter that I could normally get around, then I can at least get out of it very quickly. But it is still a time loss, except in parts, a couple parts where it's actually necessary to do. Else it just takes forever. That. Now we push that along. And there is actually a chest at the bottom corner of this part, but you have to drain all 3 water valves to get to it. And it's not worth it in the NewGame Plus run. There's 2 gauntlets items that are coming up later that, though they are a bit out of the way, at least in the case of one of them, they're far more powerful. Yep, it can really be easy to juke some enemies here, and I actually made a mistake, because I need to use this first, because otherwise I can't get further beyond. Yeah, some enemies are much faster than others. Pretty sure you noticed it with the ogre, which is that enemy that has the giant bottom tusks. That kind of enemy is really slow, but there are some enemies, notably bats, that are actually very fast on the field, on the overworld. Which really doesn't make sense for me in this game, in my opinion. Because when you actually fight them, they're really slow. Now this is the case where I need to use the ring to clear these lightning barriers. But luckily I only need to do 3 of them. That. And that. So here's an event that I'll be skipping coming up here. Not this. But this. This is an event. In this New Game Plus, what carries over, you can have basically anything that carry over that isn't, things like level. So, there we go. There's one. Things like equipment won't carry over, so you'll still have to resynthesize that. So here's an example of an encounter that I would just barrel through.
This will be easy.
And here's why.
Let's finish this quickly.
Gone. For the record, the escape bar isn't normally that short. But with how many runaway skills I have active right now, it is that short, basically. Because for every runaway skill you have equipped, the amount of time it takes to escape from an encounter gets cut in half, and the base time is 10 seconds. So as an example, with 1 runaway skill, it goes down to 5 seconds. With 2, it goes down to 2.5, and so on. And I say that because with the strategy that I use, right now I have 5 runaway skills active. Here's another case where I can just get a blink and you miss it recovery. No, it wasn't running into the wall. It turns. Each enemy does follow its own kind of regular rail, so to speak. But some, if they get within sight of you, they'll go after you instead. And that is a notable enemy that can go after you, but not every enemy is like that. Some won't actually go after you at all, unless you intentionally provoke them with the ring. Yeah, so it is kind of predictable. And here's an event that I skip. What's this black cat that's with you? Now, he's not actually a cat. I mentioned Centurions earlier, and he is also a Centurion. He is Tenebrae, and he is the Centurion of Darkness. There are 8 elements in this game. There's light, dark, lightning, earth, wind, ice, fire, and water. So right now, the only Centurion element that I've actually awoken right now is wind. Luckily, wind is also the most broken one for Emil's skills. I mentioned at the start of the chapter there will be that the obvious weather problem will become apparent. And it's almost coming up here. The hint is that I'll be going to a desert area. So, like I said, the hint is that it's a desert. Now, what do you notice is the problem? Yeah, it's snowing in a desert. And that's our next boss enemy right there. Not Genus, it's the sleeping enemy. Now it says that this is an oasis town. Again, what do you see? Yeah, so if I mention that the problem here is that it's snow in a desert, what elemental core do you think I'll be awakening to this chapter? I want you to take a guess. I obviously know. They are named locations, but some are towns and some are dungeons, so it varies. There is one that I don't know how to describe. And that's because it's kind of a unique case. And now here's a case where I need to concentrate. Luckily, fishing is easy to understand in this game, but it does require concentration. Got it. Yeah, the element that I'll be awakening to in this chapter is fire. And it'll be apparent when I am actually able to make progress in the dungeon.
Weak.
Though this place does take longer to actually thaw out afterwards. Like, I don't think it becomes an actual desert again until, like, either the end of Chapter 4 or in Chapter 5. That's how long it stays ice cold here, which is relevant, because that comes into play later. Though the snow will stop once the core gets awakened, because I'll give a spoiler here. Even there is a way to get Lloyd to take this core, but obviously it's a time waster in this game. At least if you're not going for 100%. Whereas if you enter and exit that starting door that leads to the inside of the ruins, it would cause Lloyd to take the core if you do it too many times. But no matter what happens, you will always awaken Ignis's core, which is the name of the Centurion of Fire. And I could say the name of the Centurion this time because that cutscene actually says it anyways, so. I was a dirt last time. I'm not making that same mistake here. But here's where it becomes apparent that this is the fire dungeon. See how there's a fire there? Right now it's just that everything is frozen over. But that's an example of an enemy that's on a rail that won't chase you. That enemy right there. Luckily, I only need to open the path for 3 of these fires. So I've already done the second one, and this time I open the path for the third. And now I can go to the middle. Cutscene.
No.
Yeah. So to explain why it's frozen over, the dormant state of the Centurion's core is having a negative effect, which is causing the power to work in reverse. And that's why everything is frozen. And no, I do not mean the movie Frozen. So now here's 3 events that I have to skip, which will lead into the Bartek fight. Right here. And obviously I can't escape this encounter.
Phoenix Rush! Move!
So what ended up happening
That
there
was
was
easy.
it went for an art that is unique to it, that is a combination of its Earthshaker and Eruption. Ooh, that was close. I almost made it impossible for me to get around that. Because the bat enemies, such as that Lightwing, they're really slow when they're not chasing you, but when they are chasing you, they're like the fastest enemy in the game. But you can't outrun them. And even though this chapter is nearly over, there is actually one more boss, and that's Shizos. Or however it is pronounced. I never was able to get that pronunciation. It could be Skizos or Shizos. But I say Shizos. Or Shizos. Could be that too. So yeah, now the snow has stopped. But almost done with chapter 3 here. So in order to progress the story, you need to head to Isolde. So now you're off by yourself and you don't have your monsters with you. But now you have Richter with you for just this moment. So I mentioned that annoying little bird enemy that's the case. It's just annoying to dodge. Yeah, it's that. But that's just by itself, so it's easy. And that one's an unavoidable encounter. And now here is that boss that I'm referring to.
Damn it! Revealing power! Phoenix Rush! Raging Thrust! Savage Reaper! Demon's Ray! Phoenix Rush!
There we go. If you want to know the name of this song,
Don't
I
let
think
your
it's
guard-
called Full Force. I could be wrong on that. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm done with Shizos now.
Rat. Imp. And
And now we're out of chapter 3. So now there are 4 boss enemies in this chapter, as you can see. So, here's a bit of a spoiler again. We're eventually going to try to find out the reason why these blazes have been occurring in this town. And no, it's not because of Ignis's core. So they mentioned that there was an arsonist. But they said that... They mentioned an arsonist. I'm not going to say anything on that. I will not say anything if it's a boss. So... Yeah. So you think that the arsonist escaped? So, you go into the prison to talk to who it is, and so obviously I'm mashing through the text very quickly, but this is Regal. He will eventually become part of our team. But not right now. Because obviously he's kind of in chains. But he is not a boss. The unfortunate part is that basically every Symphonia character sucks in New Game. Every traditional Symphonia character sucks in New Game Plus. In terms of fights, because they're level capped. I can say there is one boss in this chapter that can be a run killer for me, just because there will be a risk that I'll be taking later on. Now a new location is accessible. The Camberto Caves. So the reason we're in here is to look for some rosemary to cure the guy that is out cold. And that was the reason I was in that house in Izuld.
Raging thrust! You're too weak.
And we get this. So Ring's element was just changed to water. That there bud that you see at the upper left, that's going to be some of the reason why. Because it's definitely water is definitely one of the most useful elements for the ring in this game. Because it comes back in chapter 5 as well. And yes, you could logically think that it'd be faster to water that bud that leads to these lilies floating down. But it's actually much, much slower. Because even if you water the other flower that is responsible for basically playing magnet for those lilies, it will still just pass it. So you have to do the magnet flowers, so to speak, before you can water the lilies. Are there any big notable skips in this game? Unfortunately not. It is far too well programmed. There is one that could potentially happen if it somehow becomes a thing. There is one glitch that is known called NPC clipping, but there's no way to bypass really much of anything in this game because basically everything has a story element associated with it. And their triggers are also way too big as well. Yeah, I wish there was. But nope, the game is too well programmed in that regard. I'd say if you count me using the ring to prevent encountering enemies, that could happen. But as of right now, yeah, the game's too well programmed and doesn't have any major notable skips. Yeah, on enemies that I know I can't normally avoid, you do notice that I am holding the ring on, which is the right trigger. And that's because if you have the ring active, enemies can never encounter you, because it will just prevent it. So here's an example of that use. Right here. And when enemies are making contact with another hitbox like that, they do stop for like a second. But that's really all you need to get around them. If you could not do that trick, I could tell you this game would probably be about 5 or so minutes slower. Probably 10 in the case of NewGame. Because there's some enemies that you really can't avoid like that. But the reason why NewGame Plus would not have that problem is because... Whoops. That's the reason why we need light. But the reason why we use the ring to bypass that is because we don't want any extra encounters that we can help but get.
Raging thrust!
There we go. So now there's... Yeah, I'm gonna need to split. NewGame is actually more common than NewGame Plus, but I like NewGame Plus more. And I take the upper path because I get around potentially 2 enemies like that when going to the right. When going to the left, I take the middle path or the lower path. But here's a nice little shortcut. And easily gets around the enemy there, which is very helpful. before I came along, the record for NewGame Plus was a 4:25:29, officially speaking. But through optimizations on my own end, I was able to cut 15 minutes off that time. And so the real record for any percent NewGame Plus is 4:10:43. Yep, so now Regal is free. Sort of. Prison guard can't find the keys, though. But he's strong enough that he can just break the cuffs himself.
Good.
Oh, and then you need to talk to Berg after leaving the prison. It's unfortunate that chapters 5, 6, and 7 really only have one deviation from them. But when I reach chapter 8, oh boy, is there a lot of deviation. Oh yeah, and right now Rain is still calling Tenebrae Tenebi. Just like Colette was. And no, the real arsonist is actually a frog, believe it or not. And that split right now is what's active. Because this enemy does have incendiary tendencies, in that it would start to... Actually, I won't spoil it. It will do something, and then flames will shoot all over the place. I would say it's a pretty decent-sized frog. But Berg mentioned, it was mentioned that there was a poison associated with it. I think it was inspired by the poison dart frog. Oh yeah, and Rain dragged Genus away. You'll find out what it looks like. But right now I need to gather information about the common fire sites. So there was one with that boy, there's one with the sailor. And that's all for this room, for this area, and for the other one. And the reason why I talked to Berg from the side instead of behind is because of the same reason from Human Ranch. Those platforms, if he takes a 180-degree turn, then he just goes much slower. But that last sailor that I talked to, that is the last one. And you need to talk to all four in order to progress. But what all the fire sites have in common is seafood gels. So this is where we're gonna go all edge-like on Berg to tell him to make more. But we need to get jellyfish.
What? Oh. What?
But he's gonna give a special bait, because it's the only bait that the jellyfish really respond to. But yeah, if you thought we saw the last of Triet, nope. But as you can see, Triet is still frozen. And that's relevant because it means we can still do ice fishing. Once Triet becomes a full-fledged desert again, you can no longer do any fishing. But here's a case where I'll need to concentrate again, because if you fail fishing, even one time, you're losing like 15 seconds. And I did get 2 for 2 this time. Sometimes that fish icon could just shoot all the way up into the red. And it's just like, too bad, you can't catch him. Yeah, for every time you fail fishing, you lose 15 seconds. And though it is straightforward to do, it does have some kind of randomness to it, in that sometimes that fish icon, like, in order to successfully capture the fish, you need it to be in the green area. If it's in the blue, you can, like, when it starts rising right away, you won't be able to press cross at all. But once it starts rising up like that, when it hits the green area, that's when you'll have it caught. And luckily you only need to do one button press and nothing else. But sometimes that fish icon will just shoot all the way up into the red. And if you press cross while it's in the red, you don't catch it. But here's the frog. Yeah, it's a huge frog.
Raging thrust! Phoenix thrust!
And done. Lanky as fuck. You know, every boss in this game does have a kind of Iron Stance sort of effect, in that they do not get staggered upon getting hit immediately unless you get a crit. But after a certain amount of hits...
I had...
Oh yeah. Tenebrae gets seasick. And that's the only skit that is actually always triggered no matter what.
Are you?
And unfortunately, that's the only skit that you'll even get a glimpse of, because skits are nothing but time wasters in this game. If I did a 100% run, then you'd see the skits. At least I'd get out of them right away. But in 100%, you have to beat the game 3 times. Because it's basically every trophy that's on PS3, with the exception of the 100 hours one. Yeah, right now Lloyd is still not explaining his actions. Yeah, Regal's back in prison uniform again. And literally nobody's gonna care. Emil brings it up that one time, and it never gets brought up again. Well, this is a meme scene. Literally just because of Emil's dirt face. There is an event in Chapter 2 that I skipped, because I can skip events. That Emil has arguably an even funnier derp face. But unfortunately I have to skip the event associated with it. So you never see it. So that's really the closest I could get to a derp face in this game for that. So this scene doesn't actually have any actual speech. It's just text that you mash through. But that citizen gave you an item that's called a water spider in this game, and it lets you walk on water. That will become apparent later on in this chapter.
Yep.
But what that unknown guy in the church did was that he forced this really reeky cologne on you. And no, I mean he literally forced it on you. So you have to deal with that, and somehow none of the party manages to bring this up. It's brought up in a skit, but nothing else after that. But if you want me to really explain what its scent is, if you've ever come across a guy that's stoned, you probably know that scent. That's probably what it's smelling like. But of course, none of them care. But I mentioned that Siren could be a run killer. Well, here comes the reason why it can be a run killer. That plate that I just equipped is the reason. The reason why Siren can now become a run killer will become apparent.
Right.
But what I just synthesized and equipped for Emil was the power drive plate. And if you're looking for raw attack power, that is the best plate in the game. And really, it's not even close. I think the next closest is one that you can only get in all bosses for a speedrun.
What?
But I'm not going to spoil the name of that plate because I might end up picking it up. Maybe because the power drive plate, you probably noticed the effects that it gives. It gives critical 2, physical attack increase 3, and HP decrease 2. So, and critical stacks, and so does the physical attack increase. But the HP decrease is why Siren can become a run killer, which is again a spoiler. Because what HP decrease 2 does is it lowers your max HP by 30%. So the max health that your characters can have is 9,999. If you had Power Drive equipped with your base health normally at that, it would lower your max health to 7,000. And whoops, I made a mistake. Oh well, I get to show just how fast my escape is.
You're right.
Done. And that right there is the only time that you'll see ice used in this game. Wow, I actually managed to juke the Yeti. So I mentioned that water spider earlier. This is where it comes into play. Because you can't use the ring to freeze the flow of water because it's too strong. So, you equip the water spider and now you can just walk on water. And that's what allows you to progress the dungeon. I do at least know that if my health does drop low on enemies without me dying, that my monster stinge abilities can save me and kind of provide me like a second life. But here's the next boss. It's 2 Mercas. And that's why the split is called Mercas, because there's 2 of them. And you have to fight it because otherwise you can't escape. They block the exit. And yeah, they do look bigger in the cutscene. But this next split, I can tell you, is not very long. And here's why. So, you're on your way out of the dungeon. Random voice calls out to Marta. Looks like her father. So she's convinced that it actually is her father. Now you got a giant rock in the way.
Wait.
Yep, Vanguard's back. So this fight is no concern, but it's the next fight that is.
Raging thrust! Savage Reaper! Phoenix thrust! Raging thrust!
And this is how we get past this rock. Yes, he just used a Kamehameha, basically. But the reason why he doesn't use that power in battle is because he once killed the woman, the love of his life, with his own hands. So he swore never again to use his tools of death. Yes, the tools of death. Okay, so the AI went my way. So that wasn't so bad. So it looks like that fight was easy, but things can get dicey there if you're not careful. And I have actually lost a run to Siren before, so it can happen. But luckily that is the last boss of Chapter 4. here, all it is smooth sailing. Oh yeah, and Sheena is always unlucky.
Wait, what? Good.
And the only way you can move these statues is if you're doing it from behind or an adjacent, or the side that could be turned 3 times normally.
I... Oh. Oh.
So to explain what happened and why Sheena's with us now. So obviously Richter had Marta kind of pinned and kind of ended up stabbing her. Oh great, now I have to deal with this Yeti. And
This'll be easy.
but Sheena used a trick to get Marta out of there. So that's why Sheena now is with us. And she's a summoner, as will become apparent. Yeah, so something smells. So, remember that guy in the church? There he is. Yeah, but Sheena landed right on Alice. And somehow she survives it. But that's what happened. Dex transformed into Marta's father.
Let...
No.
Yeah. And then Alice complains how it was no fair. First, Sheena fell right on her, and then she throws up that stupid wall. And obviously that ice wall won't hold forever, though it will always hold long enough for you to get out of the dungeon. And then Sheena's wondering what Tenebrae was, and then just wondered if all Centurions were as moody as Tenebrae. There we go. So we're almost out of chapter 4. And then chapter 5, like I said, is where the differences will start. Though 5, 6, and 7 really only have one difference. But it's obviously important that I do this part because there is actually a boss that comes up in chapter 8 that I can't do without deviating like this.
Yeah.
And I have to deviate like that 4 times, I believe. If you consider chapter 8, that is. As you can see, Lazzarino responded very fast with the Flanor disaster. So already the town is back to normal. And Lazzarino is the company that Regal owns, and it's kind of the largest company in this game. Now we talk to Penguin Grandpa.
Don't. My. Yeah. Allah.
And then once we enter Meltokyo, then we'll be in Chapter 5. So now we're out of Chapter 4. And now as you can see, there's that THT1 split. That's going to be apparent pretty much immediately. And this is where RNG actually comes into play now too. Because I'm looking for a specific search quest that'll be coming up. But the reason why I'm doing this first is because I have to do this to progress the story first. And then I have to deviate away from the main path in order to do this quest. Because you can only do these quests from something called Katz Guild. And where the cat, and there's only one Katz that actually has this in each town. At least most towns, that is. Meltokyo obviously has one, but it's in the Coliseum. So, quest. Yep, so there it is. So I had perfect luck there. So what THT means is Treasure Hunter's Trophy. Now I don't need to talk to the NPCs in here. But there's only one Treasure Hunter's Trophy quest per chapter. And you have to do it in order.
You're too weak.
Luckily, when I'm only needing to worry about the required fights, this does at least go by quickly. But I can tell you, a couple of them are going to be much slower.
Lightning Thrust! Savage Reaper!
And one destructive cyclone later. We're out of fight 2. So there's kind of 4 roadblock monsters in these kinds of quests. So this is kind of the explanation of what is going on. I can't believe I got around that. There we go. Luckily we can ignore NPCs still. Now, I didn't need to open that chest. It was just right there. So here's number 3. Nice. Love the Bitter Blossom art. So sometimes that quest could be like all the way at the bottom. And if it is, then you lose a bunch of time. Because you can only see 5 quests at a time. And some quests are just single fights, whereas others are like pseudo-dungeon searches. There we go.
That's it?
So once quest complete comes up, that's when I'll split here. So we open the chest. Yeah, there was nothing in it. Nothing that would qualify as treasure anyways. But we do get the letter L. So that will come into play later. So it'll eventually be on you to figure out what the word will be. It is a 4-letter word, so I can give you that hint, because there's only 4 quests. But with that one deviation out, the rest of the chapter plays out. Whoops. So I actually made a mess up. So, one thing that I forgot to do earlier, which is going to cost me time, is you saw Tokunaga, but in order to progress the story, you actually have to walk closer to the item shop.
But it's... Good. This...
Luckily, this will be easier to keep track of in Chapter 6, because Cyback is a much smaller place, and the Katz Guild is basically right out in the open. You can't miss it. But Chapter 7 is the one that could be very easily forgotten if you're not careful. And that's because of how short Chapter 7 is. So here's the next boss.
Phoenix Rush! Raging Thrust! Phoenix Rush! Demon's Rage!
And
That's it?
so now we don't have Tenebrae with us. So to explain those two events, we beat the bosses, but Alice rigged the Golem one, which is Helion, with a collar that self-destructs if it gets defeated. And it kind of ended up grappling onto Emil, so it wasn't letting Emil go. But Tenebrae kind of made it, because it was a darkness element monster, so it could. But Tenebrae ended up carrying it far away, so that it couldn't pose a threat to the party. But because of that, it exploded in direct contact with him, so it has reverted him to his core state. And this is the reason why we're now in the Temple of Darkness. So now, Emil hears voices from the other side of this wall. So maybe the ring will do something. Nope. So the reason why I was lighting up those lanterns, is because I need to light up 10 in order to make a certain area of progress. there's the 8th one. And we're good. So now we progress. But now here comes a couple fights that I just barrel through. So I'll just be escaping from those instantly. And not bad. So, this enemy. This enemy you cannot get around unless you want to waste a bunch of time, which is not worth it.
You're right.
Especially not worth it in New Game Plus when you could just do that. And then to get around this one, all you have to do is just stay on the inside. And not be a derp.
Easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Normally that enemy will never catch up to you as long as you go through the door. But, like I said, I'm a derp. But that Colossus will not encounter me because I'm holding R1 still. And that allows me to get around him. And then I got around that. So, that evens out. And then there's darkness. But the reason why we need to light up all 10 lamps is because that wall doesn't open. Also, that's a dumb counter.
Finish this quickly.
You literally have to be around it from the other side. It can encounter you from above like that. It's just stupid. There we go. So now I got through the only 2 uses of darkness in this whole run. I'm gonna have to get around that enemy a second time.
Yeah.
I do also want to note, with those Treasure Hunters trophy quests, the difficulty will rise. The difficulty will rise with each chapter.
Weak.
The first one was just a C rank quest, the next one will be a B, then it'll be an A, and then the last one's an S. And I can tell you the S one is not going to be fun, but it'll be rarely fun at the same time. What just happened is we opened that wall that the ring wouldn't work on. I usually always encounter that living sword. Glad to know that I didn't this time. Now this next fight ends when I get... when I die, actually. So that's when this next split ends. Also, this is literally the only time in the game that you get to go to this area. So literally after this fight right here, you will literally never be able to access this area again. And that's because of what will end up happening. But as you could see, it was Richter that was the voice on the other side of the wall. It was Richter and Aqua.
Come on. Are you ready?
I tried to do that just because
Pain will only last
whenever he
an
taunts like
instant.
that, he will always miss the guard right after. Hopefully Halo Effect doesn't trigger as well. I still find it amusing though that the violence
Good. Form a torrential vortex and engulf the evil spirit. Oh, Hellion Boost won't too easy. Mortal Summer! Enjoying Equinox!
There we go. Now we're out of it. Yeah. But the reason why I wanted to die there is because you cannot win the fight. Even if you damage Richter, he will take essentially 0 damage. Because his health bar will never deplete below full. So, like I said, you literally cannot win that fight. Now, obviously, I skipped the event that's associated with it. But the reason why I can no longer access that area where Tenebrae's core was at, where the Richter fight took place, is because Emil ended up using an art called Einself Hour, and that has a huge amount of destructive power. And by simply just using one, he basically caused that area to crumble. So it's now just too unstable to go there again. And Emil ended up actually using a second one, but Richter reflected it back, so the reason why Marta ended up collapsing there a bit was because she ended up taking it instead. So. But now we have Tenebrae again. Tenebrae's core fell with Emil during that whole spiel. Oh. Total derp on my part. I forgot to hold the right trigger.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Oh well. It's not the end of the world, because my escape time is 5/16 of a second. Somehow I once again didn't encounter the living sword. The reason why I have trouble avoiding that living sword twice is because it's just such a dark enemy. And it basically blends in if you're not observant. So now, unfortunately, there are fights that are coming up. There's the next 2 Richter fights that I have coming up here. 1 in 5 and 1 in 7 for chapters. I actually have to win those fights. Now, normally I win them anyways, but if I want to consider this an all bosses run, I actually have to beat them. I actually have to beat him both times this time, because beating him is not required until chapter 8, where he's the final boss essentially. But you fight him in chapter 5 and chapter 7 as well. And if you want to consider this an all bosses run, you have to beat him both times there as well. And he is beatable. He just has very high stats and like 120,000 health on normal. Right now what we're looking for is we were trying to go to Zealous' mansion, which is this mansion here, and we were trying to get his half-sister Celis to give us Glaucius' core, which is the Centurion of Ice, but she got kidnapped, so now we have to find Celis, and it was said that Lloyd kidnapped her. And Lloyd is one of the heroes of World Regeneration. So, yeah, not exactly a nice thing to do now, is it? But now there's Zealous. There he goes. Carrying Zealous.
Lloyd.
And he's gotta go fast. Oh yeah, and that's the thing that's wrong with Mel Tokyo. Earthquakes. You can literally tell that just by all the cracks that are in the ground. Yep, so Zealous now explains that there was a horrible stench of Lloyd passing when Lloyd passed by. So, and I had mentioned that horrible cologne that one guy wore. So, I think it now puts together the puzzle, right? Dex was disguised as Lloyd. And I think that there is the reason why Chapter 5 is called Truth Behind the Mask. Oh, whoops, I'm going the wrong way. I was about to think I'm supposed to go to the Cape Fortress now. Nope, Cape Fortress isn't active until you talk to the king. So, that's 20-second time loss.
Hey, if...
Yeah, because of the deviations that Chapter 8 will be taking, it's going to be by far the longest chapter. Now I'm off to the Cave Fortress. Oh yeah, Sheena fell down another pitfall. Now for this puzzle. Now for the second reason of why water is the most useful element. 4, 1, 5, 2, 6. To extinguish 6 torches in order to progress. Now it's Dex. Just by himself this time.
Now bite the dust!
Raging thrust! Phoenix Rush! Demon's Reaper! Demon's Ready! Damn it!
Die in my arms!
Damn it! Phoenix Rush!
And he's dead. But now I'm about to give my attack a massive boost.
Raging thrust! Phoenix Rush! Move! Arise, oh violent! Phoenix Rush!
And he's dead. By a gravity well. 28 seconds. Skip an event and get people in the party. Now all that's left is to coast through the rest of this chapter. And then chapter 6 will have the next deviation. There we go. Wow, I actually encountered it.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
I'm supposed to get around that, not be a dirtbag. I guess that's why I always take the inside corner when doing that, and never the outside. There we go.
Yeah. Leave.
So I should be able to get out of chapter 5 before the 3-hour mark.
Right.
Alright. Now we enter the Temple of Earth only to do nothing.
You. E.
E.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't need to get the healer's ribbon for Marta. Because I'd really only give it to her, just give her technical 3. But at that point, if I'm just going to get it for technical 3 and the attack increases, or for just technical 3, then I'm better off just getting the kitty cat hat, which is a guaranteed drop. And that's a spoiler for Chapter 8. But now we're basically out of Chapter 5, with 2 Quakes and Meltokyo so far. There we go. There we go.
What? Oh.
Yeah, I think I'll do the synthesize that I wouldn't normally. I need to buy that. I need to buy that for Dark Passage. Now we can do the second deviation. And no treasure hunter's trophy this time. So that means all I can do is quit the quest. And I have to do that repeatedly until I see the and I have to continue doing this until I get Treasure Hunter's Trophy 2. So that's 2 quests. That's 3. This is a prime example of luck not going my way. Obviously, it's faster for me to just quit out a quest like this than it is for me to do a single fight quest. There it is. So all things considered, not too bad. Well, I definitely wish I had gotten it on the first one. There we go. I'm pretty sure this is the quest that I can actually skip an encounter. Let's see if I can do that here. Oh well, not too bad. Getting out of there in 6 seconds is still good. for this incredibly long climb up. Oh wow. That's a large hitbox.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Could have sworn that one of these chests had a Celsius sign. Guess I was wrong. Nope. Not Celsius' sign, but how about the freeze?
Let's finish this quickly.
Well, anyway, regardless, I'm in encounter 3 now.
Amazing.
Damn it!
We're free. Now we're at the summit of Volcanic Cave. There we go.
You're too weak.
The second letter, by the way, was an A. So we've got L and A. So, are you able to decipher the word? Like I said, it's 4 letters. Oh, and... It is not land.
What?
Got any other guesses? Keep in mind, It's not necessarily... I'll give another hint. The letters aren't necessarily in the order you find them. So the first letter I found was an L, the second was an A. It's not necessarily those as the first two letters. It is not last, either. Yeah, the four-letter word does contain an L and an A.
Yeah.
But right now, those are the only two letters we have. It is not ally. All four letters are different, so.
What? But.
In how? She. That. But you're. This.
Any other guesses, or do you want to wait for Chapter 7?
What?
I can tell you that Chapter 7 is pretty short, overall. So I only have the one deviation to do. And if that deviation isn't considered, the chapter is only about 21 minutes. Otherwise I'd be... but with it I'm dependent on luck. So... yeah, because I already know what the word is. But I want you to try to find it. By the way, the weather problem in Cyback is the lightning. And the problem that was actually in Flanor was that it was unnaturally warm. So, we got Glaucius' core at the end of Chapter 5. And I got zapped. So the key to get past this dungeon is that top area that I just previously went to. It has 3 different colored lightnings. You have to use the ring with each different color that it has in order to reach the final area, which is where Relina is. Oh yeah, and there's also these spooky dark areas. The gimmick here is that the lightning does light up, making it easier to see. At least for the bit that it's flashing up. But if you don't know where you're going, it can still be difficult to get through. And if you're falling near the edge, you have 3 seconds to tap the cross button enough times to prevent yourself from falling.
Raging
Of
throw!
course, I'm eventually just going to let it happen anyway.
That's it?
Because if you fail it, then you fall back to that kind of hub area where you need to use the 3 colored lightnings. And that's better than just backtracking. So you'll see me take advantage of that several times coming up here. But that's an example of it. So you can see I got too close to the edge, so that was showing that I need to prevent myself from falling. Also, you'll fall to the quote-unquote hub area below, even if there was another floor below directly. So, it doesn't matter. But this is a case where I just let it happen. Because, like I said, it's faster. And then going through here to get yellow lightning. I'm not going to avoid one of them, so better just bite the bullet.
Let's fix this quickly.
It's Goliath is too slow. And we need yellow lightning for that. But we can't do anything further there without fire. So you really have to get creative with what you do. Good. Now yellow lightning is gone. Return to fire. So we got a rope to get rid of. And this time I can let it. There we go. And it is possible for Lloyd to take the core here. And that will only happen though if you get struck by lightning enough times. I think it's 14, if not it's 10. It's a pretty substantial amount of times though. But if you want the true ending, you have to get the core. Now that lightning rod will come into play coming up here. But right now I can't make use of it because the other one is still in the way. So I have to go back and shut that one off. we fall. And that's how we open up the devices in the Temple of Lightning. And then we have to go back to Yellow Lightning, not just blue. Good, made it through. It's the only color that I need to get now is red. But in order to get access to it, I need to do this fun little puzzle. So we output after taking out the bottom right corner. So we need to trigger the middle one, which has explosives. And with that, red lightning is acquired. Sucks that it only has one use though. And now we're clear. And now Dex is trying to seduce Relina or something.
But
Oh yeah, so it kind of just opened a door to the boundary.
what? No.
Oh wow. So I wasn't fast enough.
What is this?
Don't let this scare you.
Oh well. They'll never get close to me. So even if I do get into an encounter that stuns me, it won't matter. And now it's time for Corduroy. Well, that was a fun little moment of destruction. That was smooth. And that's the last time that we experienced those visions of Richter killing us. And now we're out of the Temple of Lightning. But now that Tonitris, the Lightning Centurion, is awakened, Snipeback is back to normal, and not filled with lightning storms. It's unfortunate that this is one of the longest chapters, naturally, in any percent, just because there's so much to do. I can honestly go so far as to say that getting out of the Temple of Lightning is like the halfway point for it. And I'm going to the wrong area. Go to the Elemental Research Laboratory. Yeah, because the next two dungeons, because it's dungeon linked into another dungeon, they're actually quite short. Though I will end up splitting in the middle because of a certain boss that's coming up. Which could also potentially be a run killer for me because of the fact that there's 4 of them and they know an art called Dread Charge, which lets them charge really fast and do a bunch of damage. Which is why I always have to run back. I know you're still watching. You saw how long the Temple of Lightning was. Because I think that's the longest dungeon in the game. From entering to exiting. Well, the next 2 dungeons are half the length of time. Combined, that is. And that's even when considering the boss fight coming up. Alright, so now we're back in the Temple of Earth, which we haven't seen since Chapter 5 because of the earthquakes.
Don't.
But like I said, this is a very quick dungeon, if you know what you're doing.
Let.
So, avoid that enemy. Coming up is another movement trick. As I call it, Toadstool Skip. It lets you bypass this upcoming toadstool that will be happening. But it requires precise movement, and the window to get past it is small. Need that. And now we're out. So here we go. Can I get Toadstool Skip? Yes. And the window for that is a lot smaller than you think.
But.
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah, so that little movement that I did to bypass that mushroom-like enemy, which is a toadstool, the window for that is pretty small, and if you stop at any point, then it doesn't become possible to do. So that's the reason why I never pulled out the ring. Because normally I would for that kind of thing, but you could do it without it. And that's actually a case where it would work against you if you did. But now we get to play this fun little block minigame, where if I fail, I lose 45 seconds. But it is pretty easy when you know what you're doing. These blocks that shake slowly will stay around, whereas the blocks that shake violently will end up falling. But if you stay on a slow shaking block too long, you will fall. And like I said, if you fall, you lose 45 seconds.
What?
But here comes that boss fight that I mentioned. So, the 4 Lucans, which are basically pissed off caterpillars. So right now they're blind with rage. So that makes it easy. Oh yeah, they're very fast. So they obviously did a dread charge through there. So now we're in Toys Valley. And this is another very short dungeon.
Oh.
And even though it has only 2 required uses, this dungeon has my favorite Sorcerer's Ring element, the Explode element, which is a variant of Earth, I believe. Had a brain fart for a moment. I'm sure you see those giant boulders that are in the way. Well, I'm going to be having fun once I get to the ring switch. I'm usually so good at getting around that Viper.
Weak.
You're right.
Guess I'm a derp again. Oh well, it's fast. And that's really the only enemy that's actually a problem for me. Here we go. So now we're gonna have some fun. I hit the Viper again because I didn't freeze.
Let's finish this quickly.
So that really was no one's fault but my own. And here we go. 1, 2, and then we're out.
Wow.
We. If.
Now we go to Lazareno HQ.
It's. So.
And already the Vanguard is attacking Altamira. Yeah, we literally just got here and now already the Vanguard is attacking.
Mark!
But
I pointed this out yesterday, but I'm going to point it out again. Hawk was clearly walking towards us.
But-
Yet we somehow never encounter him. Like, where did he go? Yeah, so the Vanguard claimed they kidnapped the daughter of their commander, which is Marta. But obviously that's not actually the case. But as far as Alice is concerned, she's with Lazareno and won't go back to Brute, which is her father's name. So that's why the Vanguard attacked. So now we go to the 7th floor. This is how we progress the story. And I'm not going to be taking the Hawk 2 risk. So Alice is giving us till morning to come up with a decision, which was either give Marta back to them and they'll spare everyone, or they'll blow up the city, because they do have bombs rigged all over the city right now. But they're nailing down a plan right now to get everyone out. But it's still dark, but Emil got some rest. So now we have full health again.
Yeah.
So, remember when Regal was in handcuffs earlier? Well, he's gonna be in handcuffs again. But those are no ordinary handcuffs. He's used to it. It might sound like he's bored, but yeah, he's used to it. Because he's got his own... There's a skit that mentions that he has his own personal cooking knife. And it has caused him to sometimes be mistaken for a criminal, which has caused him to be in prison numerous times. Out of a misunderstanding, of course. But those handcuffs are not ordinary. He can use it to control the casino's power grid. So we'll be using this plan to try to convince them that we want to become members of the Vanguard. But we're using that plan to get into the casino to shut off the lights. And this will allow us to rescue Marta, disable the Vanguard for a bit, and get everyone out of the city. So now we're in the casino. So she asks Hawk to arrest us. And now the Hawk 2 risk is that I switch Marta out for a third monster. But the thing is with game overs is that if all of your human characters lose all their health, that's what causes a game over. So here we go.
Let the
mission begin. And there goes the lights. So, you probably didn't notice it, but Hawk has a detonator that Hawk is wearing a device, which is the bomb detonator. So, we're skipping that event, but that event, Tenebrae eats the bomb detonator.
Your time is at an end.
Ha! Yeah!
Radiant
Now,
Gear!
come on! Move! What? Move! Phoenix Rush!
She's already
Divine Saber!
Phoenix Rush! Raging Thrust!
But we're still not out of it yet, because now we have to do this fight.
Royal judgment shall be handed down.
Groot came in.
Damn it! Call. Impressive. It's useless. Impressive. Call. Impressive.
Dark Radiance!
Impressive.
Converging Fury!
Impressive. Despair. Impressive. Take the king's mercy. Have a taste.
That can be good!
Have a
Just
taste.
don't get hit!
Move. It's useless.
Damn it!
Be gone.
There we go. Does my character have a crown because of New Game Plus? No. That is actually an equipment piece. There's an equipment that I got from Dex in Chapter 5 called It's Good to Be King. And the reason why I have that equipped is because it increases Emil's attack. I previously had the Fencer's bandana from Chapter 1 equipped, but I changed it to be... excuse me. But as you can probably guess, we've already evacuated the citizens. So now we're wondering why Alice is here. And also, Alice survives this. Yeah, Alice survives that, just for the record. Now I mentioned... I mentioned my skill earlier in double menuing. That's going to come into play here. And now we're out of Chapter 6. So now we're in a checkpoint. And normally I would go out of my way to do Treasure Hunter's Trophy 3 straight away. But the problem is that I don't have access to a town that lets me do it. And in order to progress the story, I need to get to Mizuho. But in order to get to Mizuho, I have to beat Magnar 2 first. Oh yeah, and for the record, completely unrelated, that unwinnable Brood fight, I probably dealt enough total damage to him to probably kill him like 3 times over.
What?
Maybe even 5 times over, something like that. Because those combos were ridiculous. But, like I said, he's unwinnable because he's using the power of the core, so basically plot armor again. But because of it, he's invincible, and thus is unwinnable. That's why it's faster to let your characters die. Yeah, because I mean, Brute, in terms of taking him down, he is one of the easiest, but he can also be unpredictable. If he goes full physical on you, it could end your run. So that actually happened to me last night. But remember Magnar from Chapter 1? Yeah, he's back. And as it turns out, he was a member of the Vanguard the whole time. But the reason why it can be so easy to take out Brood is because he's weak to Wind Element. And I kind of have a bunch of Wind Element spells on my monsters.
Now die quickly!
And same for the Ventus skill.
Phoenix Rush! Phoenix Rush! Roaring Spear! Move! Phoenix Rush! I failed.
And now we're out of Magnar 2.
Just come. But
yeah, so the Vanguard is staging a revolt in Altamira.
Wait,
And because they're also staging revolts around the world, the Royal Army will not be able to approach Altamira, which prevents them from being able to strike back. But now that I'm out of there, I can head to Mizuho and then do THT3. After another cutscene.
you... Yeah.
So I have to talk to the cats right here. And wow, that is horrible. There's so many single fight quests in there that I really don't have a choice but to do one.
Raging thrust! Phoenix thrust! Raging thrust!
And luckily this will give me at least some extra experience. Depends on what I feel. If I'm feeling a shorter run, then I'll do a shorter run, but if it's a longer run that I want to do, then I'll do a longer run. Yeah, literally all the quests that I had per start were single fight quests. There we go.
That's it?
I can't run Modass. I don't have a regular working Xbox. I don't want to go out of my way to buy one, and I don't have the game. But simply, I need to go too far out of my way to do it. Still no search quests.
You're too weak.
No, thank you. There it is. So this is the quest I was looking for. And luckily I only have to do 2 of the 4 fights.
That's it?
Can't remember the last time I actually went through Sandy Moon Cave. I think it was this one. Probably wrong. I'll just barrel through that. I got no way around that. So.
You're right.
Yep. And this is the path that opens up. So here comes the fourth. So this is the end of this quest. Assuming I get back this way, of course. Oh dear. Oh yeah. The Phoenix has Resurrect. So it has a 30% chance of automatically reviving with 30% health. Which is why you don't want to combo it when it's already dead. So the third letter that we found was E. So now we have L, A, and E. So the four-letter word contains all those letters. Okay, now we're past that. And that's the only part that's out of the way for Chapter 7. So the rest of it will be very quick. If I had to guess, there's probably around 17 minutes or so. Yeah. So now that you know that there's L, A, and E, do you have any guesses? And remember, it only contains those letters. It's Yep. L, A, and E. Oh. And it's a four-letter word. And it only contains L, A, and E. And no, the word is not ale. Because beer has nothing to do with it. You got it. It is seal. The last letter is the S. And you'll actually find that I get the fourth letter before having to do the last fight in that. Spoiler alert. NPC clip. Yeah, they totally censored that just because this game is rated T. But we all know that Emil totally sliced that guy.
Lightning Thrust! Phoenix Rush! Phoenix Rush! Lightning Thrust! Savage Reaper! Phoenix Rush!
You're amazing!
need to switch the difficulty back to unknown.
Phoenix Rush! Move! Stop! Phoenix Rush!
Oh my god. I went oh my god there because that last Vanguard enemy that died would have been taking both a Cyclone and a Gravity Well at the same time. They were both literally in the same area on it. Can't help but feel bad for that guy. Because he's gonna get raised by a tornado and then crushed by a gravity well. That'd be a horrible way to go. But now we can go back to Altamira. But I can tell you there's a darn good reason why I do the Treasure Hunter's Trophy quest in Mizuho. Because that quest can be very easily missed if you're not careful. And by doing it in Mizuho, you basically prevent that. As I mentioned it yesterday, once you enter building number 2, you cannot do any more quests. Just once you enter building 2, you can't escape from it. Oh yeah. Yes, Tenebrae did just transform into a woman. Now the New Game Plus any % record for me in this game was basically free. And like I also said yesterday, I single-handedly took the record down 15 minutes. Whoops, I went down to the lobby. So now I'm in building number 2. And with that, I can no longer escape this. Also, I just want you to pay attention to where it will say building number 2, because they misspelled it. Where's the L? Yeah, they remastered the game, still didn't fix it. I go here first to get the pass card.
Won't work! Phoenix Rush! What? Move! Stop! Ah!
You're too weak.
And that's what allows me to enter this door. I'm probably going to be guaranteed to get at least a couple encounters here.
Move!
That's it?
And that one's a required encounter. I don't have a choice with that one. there's basically a map of the place. Now I have a choice. I can either try to get around a Vanguard enemy and save time, or just barrel through it. And it's not that one. It's this guy right here, which you can't get around.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
But when I could just escape like that, it's much better. And that's a fail.
Weak.
You're right.
Still easy to get around, though. Now, I told you Alice survived that Crescent Strike from Persea. Well, not only did she survive it, she survived without a scratch. Granted, she can't actually heal herself, though, so she probably treated herself. So now I can tell you that Marta's gone. Because that was a plot by Alice to get rid of Marta.
Rising thrust!
Marta's her purpose. I love it when Cyclone just raises enemies into the air. But now Zealous and Colette are with us. I could say easily the most wholesome character in this game is Colette. You'll find out why I say that coming up here. First, I need to renew the pass card 4 times to get it up to A rank. I know that's blinking you miss it text, but I just went up to the 4th floor because I now have access. And then by renewing it to C rank here, I now have access to the 2nd. Colette is the female character that had just joined. Whoops, and I also messed up. Yeah. So the character I'm moving around with right now is Emile. The 2 characters that just joined... The 2 characters that just joined are Colette, who is the female, and Zealous, who is the male. And Tenebrae, you already know who. Probably noticed that one encounter that I had that I escaped from had a longer than usual escape, and that's because Marta is not in the active party. Because Marta's not in the active party, I lost 3 runaway skills, which brings my escape time from 5/16 of a second to 2.5 seconds. Which granted is still very fast, but it's not as fast. But now with an A rank pass card, I can access the 4th floor on this side, which is how you progress. And getting around that Vanguard enemy is pretty easy. Yes, and they are doing the running game. So Tenebrae senses Marta on this floor. And this is a suspicious room. But she's obviously not in this room. So here comes the part where... Yeah, so Colette is the blonde female hair. Here. And this is the moment where I can say she's just wholesome. Oh yeah. Zealous' nickname for Sheena is Jubilees because she kinda has large breasts. But she's a ninja. So she just jumps up there.
Man.
She expects us
I'll
to jump
carry
there.
you.
She expects us to jump up there. Colette, I'll carry you.
Huh?
I also want to point out that this was clearly labeled as a crawl space. That's not a crawl space, that's a walk space. That skips an event. That shows that Brood is just not going to listen to Marta.
Phoenix Rush! Phoenix Rush! Move!
Nice.
That's it?
This right here is literally the reason why I have Dark Passage equipped, which is a gauntlet that gives critical 2 and attack increase 2. Physical attack increase, that is. Because there's 2 different types of attacks. All the damage. And here's another thing that I'd like to point out. Those 3 took the elevator and took longer to get up here than us. The pink-haired girl, by the way, is Chrysaea. The silver-haired female is Rain, and Genus is the silver-haired male. It's short. Now, hopefully the run does not end here. Last night my run ended here.
Judgment shall be handed down!
Nope.
Phoenix Rush! Raging Thrust! Move! Phoenix Rush!
There he goes. You just see the Cyclone and you just know he's dead. And it's especially dead because Brute takes 50% more damage from wind elemental spells, and Cyclone is one such spell. Now here's another fight that could be dicey, just because it's Richter again, and I have to win this fight.
Oh, Hellion, whose roaring enduring
There he goes.
die here.
And now there's a bunch of events to skip, but at least we'll be moving on to Chapter 8. Honestly, I don't know why I did this as 2 separate splits. They're too short. But here you go. I hope you're ready for the gauntlet, because this is going to take a while. This is the chapter that has the most deviation. But we've now learned that Emil is indeed Ratatosk.
Oh, bye.
And that Ratatosk was the Lord of all monsters and the Master of the Centurions. I have to go down to the lounge. So I could do this earlier, but the reason why I want to do this now is because this quest could be very, very difficult. So I'm looking for the S-rank search quest, which luckily is more distinguished. So it takes one quest.
Phoenix Reptile!
You're amazing!
You're too weak.
Oh, we rescued a dog. I always love it when the dog gets rescued. That's just wholesome. Nope, that's not the one. So... this is the reason why I want to be doing the dungeon kind of quests, because they are faster to get rid of than... they're faster to get rid of than the single fight quests. Nope, that's not one either. Companion quest. Now I'm just going to get rid of an S rank quest because I want to make sure that some of this is faster. Honestly, I should change my difficulty to unknown just so then I can get more experience.
Raging Thrust! Phoenix Rush! Move! Phoenix Rush! Savage Reaper! Demon's Ray! Die! Phoenix Rush!
Now they're dead.
You're too weak.
My favorite location for these quests is undeniably the Twilight Palace. That's not it. I'm hoping that it's not at the very bottom of this list, so that's just going to result in such a large time loss.
Phoenix Rush! Raging Thrust! Demon's Rage! Demon's Rage! Phoenix Rush! Savage Reaper! Demon's Rage! Phoenix Rush!
Time save for next run whenever that happens, that is. Yeah, so it's always fastest when it appears right away. Okay, that's easy. This one's easy just because it's a single enemy.
Raging thrust! Sludge reaper!
There we go.
That's it?
The only qualm that I have with Twilight Palace is that it can be very monotonous if you're not careful. But that's not it either. Cancel that quest. I think it's at the very bottom. At this rate, it's going to be at the bottom. But this is definitely the biggest run killer fight when I find it. That's not it. Because it needs to be Treasure Hunter's Trophy, the Truth. Still haven't found it. Still not. So the companion quest that I had just canceled, you can get a free monster out of that. Wait, I don't want to do play in Asgard. I don't want to do play in Asgard because that one takes a while to do.
What the? What the? What the?
It does help that I always get a free full heal out of completing a quest. Still no. Have I used the bathroom yet? I used the bathroom before I started this run. There it is. The old Twilight Palace. And here's how we get through. So I just lit up the blue torch. That releases the blue seals. So there's the Lionheart breastplate. But the reason why I want to... This is because I need to use the red torch. And that is the reason. So now all my arts cost only 1 TP to use. And there's the healer's ribbon. There is with the cutscenes, but don't really, can't really work it.
You're amazing! Divine
There's one. If you want to halt and not skip an event, you could do it, but it's not worth. Unfortunately, I'll be climbing a lot of stairs in this place. I still love the sight of this place. I mean, just look at it. Doesn't it just look amazing?
Demon's Right!
You better not be dead.
I won't give up!
Be grateful.
Being dead myself.
Move!
Kill!
Move! Demon's Right!
Swallow
Right is up!
Saber!
Move! Demon's Right! Phoenix Rush!
There's 2. I made one good final use of that item pro, because now I have the Warrior's Bandana, which is just as good. But this way, the enemies will more go after me instead of my allies. But the next treasure is where Marta ascends into God tier status. But it is also the second most difficult fight in this quest. Granted, there are only 4 regular required fights, but it's still notable. And no, you cannot skip the enemies. You might think you could, but you actually can't, because each part is surrounded by a barrier that only lifts when you take out the fight at the top. So to get the one on the right to lift, you need to complete that first required fight. To get the one on the left, you need to do the second one, and for the one straight ahead, you need to take out this one. that I want to be getting rid of immediately. And hopefully it just goes after me. That would make it easier.
Savage Reaper! Savage Reaper!
And now this will be dead.
It's over! Raging Gun!
There we go. Only one left. And now Marta has just ascended to God tier status. Because now all her spells are going to cast instantly. By the way, I hope you don't mind this music because you're going to need to get used to it in this chapter. Because all of Gladsheim has this music too. But luckily I don't need the ring to get around these enemies. Says it as he encounters the first enemy. You normally can't deal without it.
Let's finish this quickly.
Normally wouldn't do this, but the reason why is I'm because I'm gonna want the health. There we go. That's how you get around. This particular song is going to last for like the next couple hours once I enter Gladsheim. Because that's the New Game Plus dungeon in this game. Now, what's the problem here? There's no enemy. So, hoping the chest isn't booby-trapped? It's not. But all it contains is the note, which is the letter S. So, the word is seal. Break seal I commanded. And this is the boss. But it's not just the boss, it's 5 enemies. This is easily the most difficult.
Savage Reaper! Radiant Gaze right! Phoenix Rush!
You okay?
Somehow I need to damn it, it's futile! Phoenix Rush! Savage Reaper! Phoenix Rush! Phoenix Rush! Savage Reaper!
There we go. Got a hurricane.
It's over! Pure as dust before the wind.
That actually went very well.
You're so amazing.
But now I have the best stat sword in the game and the best headpiece for Marta. But now I'm level 118, so... We're finally out of the Twilight Palace. Doesn't that just have a stunning view, though? So, Nether Trader, and Kitty Cat Food. Whoops. And I went to the wrong one. There we go. So now I get to continue with the story for all of, like, 3 things. And then it's right off to the New Game Plus dungeon. And luckily, that was the most difficult fight in the game. That massive enemy that I fought at the end there, when I reach the abyss of Gladsheim, which will be probably a couple hours from now, it's only by itself. That one is occupied with 4 other enemies. Granted, it also doesn't have as much health, but it still has a massive amount of health. I think on normal it's like 314,000 or something. But that's nothing compared to if it was on unknown. If it was on unknown, it's like 528,000. And I think just for the memes, I think I'll fight that Gladsheim one on unknown difficulty, even though I know it is slower. And that's literally just because that one by itself is level 400 and has over 800,000 health. I can tell you that one's going to be a lot of fun. But it's completing this dungeon, though, that is what lets you get the title that I have both Emil and Marta equipped with, which is Master of Black and White. And if you're wanting a balanced title, that is the best title in the game, without a doubt. Because it affects every stat by 1, at least. I think it affects the attack stats by 2. So here's the saying that I'll be giving. A voice that is not a voice resonates in the mind. To the owners of lost souls that gaze into the abyss, defeat the 4 guardian pillars to advance to the next floor. When 10 floors are conquered, you and I shall meet. It's really just 9 floors, actually. But how Gladsheim works is each floor, with the exception of the last one, is an 8x8 grid. To advance to the next floor, you need to take out the enemy that is on a seal. And by unique enemy, I mean one that is not an Archdemon. And I'll show you what an Archdemon is when I need to show one. So that is an Archdemon. The 4 unique enemies are always in the corners. And like I said, to advance to the next floor,
You're right.
then you need to beat those 4 enemies. And you have to do this 9 times. Going back to power drive because I have no need for the other thing. I want the attack power. And in this case, your time loss is dependent on how many rooms you have to visit and how many encounters you get. So you could find yourself walking to dead ends even. And there is a good sign that you are at a dead end. But I know I need to go this way because the other way is not right. And because of that,
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
So I could say without a doubt that this is the most daunting part of the run, just because it's so long. And that happens.
Weak.
You're right.
Which is a lot more common than you might think. So that's not a unique enemy. And each one of these rooms, so to speak, does have a chest in it. But you cannot get the chest unless you defeat the enemy that is on the seal. But unfortunately, it's a time waster for me, so I am not going to be doing any of them, except for the required ones. So let's see, is this a dead end? Well, it's obviously a dead end, but was it a corner?
This will be
That's a better
easy.
question.
Let's finish this quickly.
Yes, it was, which is good.
Seventh Reaper, Demon Threat, die!
You're too weak.
So that's one. And in this case, I got the upper right. So if upper right is 8-8, I'm now at 8-6, as an example. It's this one. Or I should say I'm actually at 8-1 because I turn the map 45 degrees counterclockwise just to kind of make it easier for me, but that was the upper corner. So I was actually more 8-1 or 1-8. So then it was 1-6. And yes, it may look repetitive on that part, and it may look like you're not making any progress, but trust me, you probably are, even if it doesn't look like it. And I encountered again.
Weak.
You're right.
Now, hopefully I have not hit the dead end. Hopefully I didn't just go around in a circle, which I didn't.
You're right.
Wow, I really just lost.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
I just watch this be the... Okay, yep.
Weak.
You're right.
Finish the die!
So I've done both upper parts.
Phoenix Rush! Raging Thrust!
That's it?
So that means...
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
I've probably taken down the upper parts. And don't worry, you don't need to find your central spawn point when you complete a floor, because the teleportation will automatically appear upon completion of the floor. But make sure you don't accidentally leave the place, because no run of Gladsheim is the same. The reason why I'm having to do the backtracking like this is because those rooms with just the cross like that is a two-way room. That was a three-way room though. Really, this dungeon is all about knowing where you are, so you could very easily get lost if you don't know what you're doing. Whoa.
What is this?
Don't let this scare you.
I don't know why that was a red one. Probably because I turned around. But that wouldn't have made sense. Thing with not doing those seals is that you wouldn't necessarily know where you have and haven't been, so it could be very easy to get lost. And as you could probably guess, I just went around in a circle.
Weak.
You're right.
Okay, I'm now in the central spawn again. The central spawn will never be in a corner or an edge, so it'll always be in a 6x6 part. This is
Weak.
You're right. This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Let's not finish that quickly. Oops. I need to go this way. No, I do need to go this way. I need to go this way. But now I need to go down. is a dead end. And it is a good one.
Weak.
You're right.
Demon's Ray!
That's it?
That's 3.
Weak.
You're right. The fact that I haven't seen a down teleporter is a good sign. So this should be a unique one. Yep. So now this is the last one for Gladsheim 1. You're right.
There we go.
That was easy.
And then you attempt the next floor. And that's when you split. So now I've made it a whole 10% of the way. Alright, so for now I'm gonna go left. Hopefully there is a 3. That's a dead end. Or is it? Yeah, it's a dead end. So I don't want to take the left one. So I'm going to aim for the 2 left corners first. And hopefully it will give me the upper left first, because that's what I'm aiming for.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
I think I might have been better off going to the right first. At least at this rate. Ah, good dead
easy!
Let's finish this quickly. Move time!
Move time!
Demon's Ray!
One down. Oh wow.
Weak.
You're right.
Looks like I may need to aim for the lower corners first or something.
Weak.
You're right.
And I'll answer the question if there is save points. There are save points in this, but only on floors 3 and 6. Black.
Weak.
You're right.
Oops, wrong way. Think I found the next corner. Yep.
Weak.
You're right. First
Won't work. You're too weak.
So that's 2. I just love encountering
This will be
enemies.
easy!
Let's finish this quickly.
Well, at the very least I know that I've gone through the lower corners. So now I can prioritize going up. Ah, good. The central hub. Blah.
This will be easy!
Let's finish this quickly.
This'll be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Nice.
They were nothing.
So that's 3 corners. Now I just need upper left. So that's 7-7 now. 6-7. 5-7. 4-7. 3-7.
This'll be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
And now I'll be at 3-6. Now 3-5. But I want to be at 1-8. At 2-5. 2-6. If I have the math right, I should be at 1-6 now. And if for some reason this fails, then I could just go to 2-7 instead. But now I'm at 1-7. With this. Yep, so I picked the right way. Which means I'll be out of Gladsheim 2. Oh, never mind.
Weak.
You're right.
Not quite yet. Now I should be at the dead end. Yep. So I was at 2-8. And now I'm at 1-8. So I lost track for a moment, but not too much.
This'll be easy.
Just only slightly
Let's
off.
finish this quickly.
You're amazing.
Demon's Right! Raging Thrust!
You're too weak.
There we go. Now it's level 3. I think I'll go for the upper left corner first if I can. And unfortunately, unless I go down, the left way is pointless. Because I just took a circle, essentially. Well, that's a good sign.
You're right.
There we go. One.
That's it? Weak.
Looks like
You're
I
right.
just did upper right. So that means I'm at 7-8. And now 7-7. With right now. Black.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
And now 6-7. Five, 7. And that's where the hub point was. So now I'm at 5-6. Four, 6. And another cross. I'll go to 3-6 first. Now I'm at 2-6. And then I'll be at 1-6, which I'm hoping is a 3-way and not a 3-way section and not a 2. And fortunately it's a 2. It does, however, mean that I'll get the upper left. So now I'm at 1-7, and then I'll be at 1-8, which is the dead end. Yep. And there we go.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Move! You're amazing.
There's 2. So I need 1-1 and 8-1.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Back to 2-6, which will lead me to 3-6. Which leads me to 4-6.
Weak.
You're right.
And that is back to another cross area. So 4-5. And I will go to 3-5 first. And that's a dead end. But I'm just going to make sure that it is indeed good. So 3-5 is a dead end. So 4-5. Now 5-5, which will lead to 5-4. Now we're at 5-3. And I'm definitely going to go down to 5-2 first instead of go to 6-3.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
So I'm at 5-2, now 4-2. Which will lead me to 3-2. leads me to 2-1. Yep. And that leads to a dead end at 1-1. So that's 3.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly. Phoenix Rush!
Revive.
Demon Ray!
Now I just need to do 8-1.
Weak.
You're right.
I
This will
forced
be
myself.
easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
So now I should be at the final dead end.
Weak.
You're right.
That, or I'm at 8-2. Yeah, I'm definitely at 8-2, so that means this is 8-1 coming up. And with that, I should be cleared through floor 3.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly. You're too weak.
So now we're on level 4. Since my spawn is random, it's time for me to figure out by going to a corner.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Oh,
Weak.
You're
found
right.
the 8 corner.
You're too weak.
Alright, now I'm at 8-2. Three. 8-4. 8-5. I'd sure be glad if this is a complete straightaway path, because that would definitely help. 8-6. 8-7.
Weak.
You're right.
Wasn't almost. It was nearly completely straight. Just barely not, though. But that's fine. So now I'll be at 7-7, which opens up options. Or does it? No, it does not. But I'm now at 7-8. And if this is three-way, which it's not,
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Remnant strike.
Phoenix will die. Raging thrust. Savage Reaper. Demon's Wrath.
Swallow.
Phoenix rush. Move. You're too weak.
alright. So now I've taken care of the right corners. Now for the left ones. Pretty sure it was 8-5 that let me take the detour. Yep, it was 8-5. Now I can go to 7-5. Which ironically leads to 7-6 anyways. But because of the 2-8 ones, it's different. So now we're at 6-6. Five, 6. 4-6. Which leads to 4-5. I'll go to 3-5 first. See if that may help me. 3-4. 2-4. I think I'll go to 1-4. Good, the detour. So I'm at 1-4 right now. I should now be at 1-3 with this. And since it's a straightaway, it will lead me to 1-2. And another straightaway means I should be able to go to 1-1. Now this should be a dead end. And if it's not, well, then it obviously was a two-way, but it was still one.
Let's finish this
Which
quickly.
is just fine.
Raging
But that's just fine with me. Because that means I have a seamless transition to get back to 1-4 at the very least. Now I'm at 1-5. Which is another possible detour spot. Excuse me. Which leads to 1-6. Which will lead to 1-7. I'm hoping for another straightaway or a detour spot. I got another straightaway, so that's a smooth... Whoops, that's not good.
weak.
You're right.
At least I can escape the steel encounter. That was an incredibly smooth fourth floor.
Weak.
You're right.
Move!
Good.
That was easy.
So now the floor is cleared. So now I'm on floor 5. Nice. I found
This will
1-1.
be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Miss Swallow.
Phoenix Rush!
Photon. That was easy.
So now I know I'm at 1-1. It's 1-2. Three, which will lead to 2-3. Which will take to 2-4. And that leads to 2-5. Which is not the central hub spawn, but rather is just a corner. Back to 1-5. Which leads to 1-6. I'm hoping that 1-6 is a detour spot. Yes, it is. So I have an easy way to get to 2-6 now. But for now, off to 1-7. So that's 2 corners down. Coming up here.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly. Phoenix Rush! Move! Die! Savage Reaper!
Good. 2 down. So back to 1-6 then. That's just so I can go to 2-6. Up to 2-7. So I'm going to aim for 8-8 next. 2-7 leads to 2-8, so this should be a 2-way. Going to the right. Yep. Now I'm hoping there's a detour along this. So now we're on 3-8, which will go to 4-8. Since it's just a straightaway, that is. And there's the detour at 4-8. Let's see, hopefully I can find one that's later. 5-8. Well, 5-8 goes to 5-7. Which goes to 6-7. Now 7-7. Now I'm hoping this is a detour spot. No, it is not. But I will at least get the upper right corner of 8-8. Which means 3 corners down. And it will be 1 to go. So now I'm at 8-8.
Weak.
You're right.
Raging throw! Move!
So now I've reached 8-8. So all that's left is 8-1. Was 4-8 that was said to have the detour. Yep. So I'm at 4-8 now. Down to 4-7. Down to 4-6. Which is just a cross, which is good. 5-6, which leads to 5-5. Down to 5-4. 5-3. Hey, I found the central spawn. It was 5-3. Oh well, I don't need it anymore. 6-3. That's a dead end. Down to 5-2. Then down to 5-1. Six one. Seven one. Which will go to 7-2.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
I don't like it when it goes out of the way like this, but I really don't have a choice. It's the only way. 6-2. Or no. I'm at 3. So, if I have it right, I should probably be at 8-2 right now. If I'm right, this would be a dead end. Yes, it is. So that means this is 8-1.
Weak.
You're right.
There we go.
You're too weak.
There we go. We're at level 6. That's a dead end, so it's pointless. Because the central hub, so to speak, for the floor will never lead to a corner. Because it's always a 4-way road. And that's how I know. Looks like I'm gonna aim for 8-1 first. Hopefully this is 8-1. No, it's not. That's a dead end. It always sucks to encounter those dead ends. Because it's like, it just gives you a false sense of hope, and then, nope, just extinguishes. And that always just hurts. Now that's a dead end, though.
Weak.
You're
Looks
right.
like I'm at 1-1.
You're too weak.
So, 1-1 is where I am. On 2. 2-2. 3. And I'll do 3-3 first. Get whatever benefits from that. I'll go up to 4-3 now. That was 3-4. So it looks like I might be at 3-5 right now. Let's see if I'm right on that. So if I am right, I'm at 4-6. And now 5-6. And now 6-6. Again, this is assuming that I'm right. So if I'm right, I should be at 5-7 now. If not, nope. Was at 5-7. Now it looks like I'm probably at 5-8. Again, assuming I'm right. $3-8. Nope. I was at 2-8 previously. And now
You're
I'm
right.
at 1-8. But that's
They were nothing.
because I'm still at a corner. Going back to 2-8. Because I no longer benefit from being on the left side. I have to go to the right. So I'm at 3-8 now. Down to 4-7. Then to 5-7. Six, 7. I'll go to 6-8 first. Which will lead to 7-8. And it should be a straightaway path. Or a three-way to lead to 8-8. Now we're on 8-8.
Weak.
You're right.
Here we go. Now it'll go down to 6-6. Which leads to 7-6. And now 8-6. That's the worst feeling when you encounter a dead end like that. So if I'm going to go to the lower right, I think I'm needing to go back to the central hub room. It's quite amazing of how much RNG can play into a factor with this. It can play as a factor. It's even worse when it's so far out of the way, like this.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quicker.
And the only way I can go is this way now. It's honestly amazing of how varied that one's performance can be on this dungeon. That a given floor could be as short as 9 minutes, or it could be as long as like 12 or 11 minutes. And that's just by getting unlucky. I would say only in the first couple floors was I not truly keeping track of where I was. But 3 onwards I was keeping track, generally. But I don't start keeping track until after I've hit a corner, because corners are easy to keep track of. Hoping this is not a trap that I'm falling into right now. I shouldn't be lost. I should be closing in on 8-1. If I've been properly keeping track. And this should be number 4. Good. So now I'm past 4-6.
You're right.
Phoenix Rush!
You're amazing.
Raging Thrust!
Nice.
They were nothing.
So now level 7.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
By the way, sorry about dropped frames.
Weak.
Not much I can
You're
do
right.
about that, unfortunately. Someone else's. Bitrate, please. Why are you being so low right now?
Weak.
You're right.
I'm aiming for 8-1, by the way. If one must know. And I just found it.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly. Rising thrust. Phoenix thrust. Fix
Nice.
That's it.
Okay, so I know I'm at 8-1 now.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Up to 7-2. Up to 7-3.
Weak.
You're right.
8-4. Oh, great. That's not a good spot. That's just going to lead me to a bad dead end. Because I was just at 8-1.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Okay, it looks like it's settling back down again. Hopefully that's not giving me a false sense of hope. Because I would sure not appreciate that. I haven't lost track of where I was to an extent. Just know I'm aiming for 8-8. honestly speaking, I should have just made Gladsheim a chapter in of itself. The only problem is then, how would I deal with the rest? Just for the record, I've probably lost track of where I am. But if I can find 8-8, then I'll gain where I am again. Or really any corner. Unfortunately, I'm not going to find it by going to the right. And I don't want to go up because that just brings me back to the same room I was just at. But I might have to. Because, I mean, like, wasn't I just here? Might as well just aim for 1-1 while I'm at it then. Because I know I've done 8-1. Yeah. It's just bringing me back the same way. Doing the first two corners opposite like this is not a good thing. But I need to know that I'm at least making progress. So that's why I'm now aiming for 1-8. Even though I know it's a time loss. So there's 1-8.
Weak.
You're right. They were nothing.
So that's 8-1 and 1-8 out of the way. So I'm at 1-7. And I'll go to 2-7. A junction. I think I'll go to 5-7 first. Well, now it won't matter.
You're right.
This 5-7 will lead to 5-8. To 6-8. To 6-7. To 7-7. To 8-7, which should lead to 8-8, because every corner has to be accessible. I'm at 8-8.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly. Phoenix Rush! Phoenix Rush, die!
Remnant strike!
Phoenix Rush! Raging Thrust!
There we go. Now all I need to do is 1-1. But obviously that means I'm still going to be losing some time here.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Doesn't look like I'll get out of Gladsheim Floor 7 in 6 hours. But who knows, maybe I could surprise myself.
Weak.
You're right.
This game really just does not want me going to the lower left. And that's actually 8-1. Okay. So we're at 7-1.
Weak.
You're right.
Now 7-2. Which will go to 6-2. And now 5-2. And now 4-2. 4-3. Up to 4-4. Up to 4-5. Now 4-6. Jeez. Now I'm at 3-6. And now 3-7. That's just a nightmare to deal with. So now I'm at 2-7. Right now. So I could go to 1-7 or 2-6. I'm taking 2-6. And now 1-6. Now 1-5. This was definitely a questionable floor 7. But now we're back on track. Though it took a lot longer than I would have liked.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
And there it is.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly. You're too weak.
Now I should have cleared the floor. That took a lot longer than I would have liked, though. Oh well, I have time to improve it. Though, I won't improve it today. Just to prevent this headache of mine, I'm just going to go right to 1-1 first. If I can. And not go around in a circle. Yeah, I literally just went around. Nope, never mind. I thought I went around in a circle, but nope. But I'm definitely not going to be able to aim for 1-1 like that. Going right is the right way to go. If I find a different corner, well, no complaints for me. So the corners are what matter. I really love encountering
Weak.
this monster.
You're right.
Wait. Looks like I may have found 8-1 first. Yep.
Weak.
You're right.
Not good. Raging thrust!
You're amazing.
That's it?
So 8-1. (7-1). 7-2. And I think it was 2 consecutive straightaways, meaning I'll be going up to 7-4. Looks like I'm probably going to have to go to 8-8 next. Yep. 8-8 is the target now.
We won't lose!
So 7-4. Now I'm at 6-4. And this is 6-5 by going up. And that's actually the central hub. Pretty good spot. Now 6-6. Which will lead to 6-7. And 6-8. Now hopefully this goes to the right, and yep, no it does not. Looks like I'll have to go to 8-1 first. Or 1-8. I already did 8-1. You know what? No. I am not going to do that again. So the central hub was said to be 6-5. Yep. Then I need to aim for 8-8, and the only way I can do that is if I go to the right. So it's better if I do that now, rather than wait. So now I'm at 7-5, now 7-6. Which will lead to 7-7, and then one of 8-7 or 7-8. And in this case, 7-8 is that answer. And then I can aim for 1-8.
This will be easy!
Let's finish this quickly.
Radiant
Send the
Gale!
Reaper! Phoenix Rush! Raging Thrust Die! You're too weak.
Nice. So now, back to what I was going to do. Alright, 6-5. Only difference now is that I can actually aim for 1-8. So I'm at 5-6, which is another cross, which I'll go up to 5-7 with. And if it's dead end, then whatever. 5-7 will lead to 5-8, which is just fine. And then I could go to 4-8. And hopefully I can find a different detour spot, because that would allow me to do less backtracking. Oh, 3-8 is now going to go to 3-7. To 3-6. To 3-5. To 3-4. To 3-3. And finally to 2-3. See it. I'm at 1-3, which is not good. Wait, actually, no, that is a good thing. 1-3 goes to 1-4. When I reach that other cross, then that three-way that I know I'll be reaching. 2-3. I should be at 1-8. Yep.
Weak.
You're right.
Raging thrust! 7-3!
That was easy.
Now to aim for 1-1. Now I know I'm at 2-3. Which will lead to 2-2. Down to 1-2. It should be left to 1-1. Yep. Now I'm past floor 8 with this one enemy.
Weak.
You're right.
That's it?
And cleared the floor. Level 9. I don't know why I did that. Could I already be on the 1 column? Yes, I was.
Weak.
You're right.
Raging thrust!
Divine Saber! You're amazing!
Demon's Ray! Phoenix Thrust! Raging thrust!
Okay, well, I know I'm at 1-1 now. And I probably could have aimed for 8-1, but I didn't want to risk any finding of a dead end. I mean, right now I'm on 1-3. And this went up a great distance too, so... I mean, I look at it this way. I'm at 1-4 right now, going right up to 1-5. Which will lead up to 1-6. And I'm pretty sure it means that I go to 2-6. If I recall it correctly. Yep. And that was the central spawn. So I was obviously close to the 1-8 corner.
This will be easy!
Let's finish this quickly.
Oh, 2-6, 2-7. And already at 2-8. I'm hoping this is a detour spot. It is not. But that is just fine. I can just go to the right, back in the central room. Especially since I know it's at 2-6. And there we go.
Weak.
You're right.
You're too weak.
This will be easy!
Let's finish this quickly.
Okay, 2 corners down.
This will be easy!
Let's finish this quickly.
So when I get back to 2-6, I know I'll be going towards 3-6. And then I'll try to aim for 8-8 next. And then 8-1 is last. Six. 3-7. 4-7. 5-7. So right now I'm at 5-7, which straight to 6-7. And I will at least have a good spot to go back to when backtracking. But for now, 7-7. Looks like I will be backtracking from 7-7. Unless this is a 3-way, of course. Which it's not. So, 8-8.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Phoenix Rush! We need Gale!
You're too weak.
Now we're gonna go back to 7-7. Okay. So I'm at 7-7 now. Now down to 7-6. Down to 7-5. To 7-4. To 7-3. It'd been pretty bad 7 and 8 floor. This has been an incredible floor 9. So now I'm at 7-2. And that could not have been more perfect. It looks like I took the 50-50 gamble and it worked, unless it's just a 2-way corner. Either way, I'm at 8-1. Yeah, so it was a 2-way corner, so it didn't matter. Not that I'm complaining.
Weak.
You're right.
Raging Thrust! Phoenix Thrust God!
We need Gale!
Phoenix Thrust!
Now I'm at the Abyss. Now it doesn't matter which way I go. It's either way. Welcome, child of man. Now let's enjoy this momentary feast.
Heal!
Phoenix Thrust! Raging Thrust! Move! Phoenix Thrust! Move! Phoenix Thrust! Savage Reaper! Savage Reaper! Demon Slay! Move! Phoenix Thrust! Move!
This'll end it.
It's over!
Dust before the wind.
Nope. No kissment for me. But I'll split once I'm out of Gladsheim, which I auto leave after this. There we go.
Who's... Oh, no. That...
Alright, we're in the home stretch. Okay, I'm gonna focus on the puzzle now.
too weak.
Just to get into a spot that's very quick to get rid of.
You're too weak.
And 2 moves is not that bad. Would have wished it was 1, but no complaints.
That's it?
Now to weaken the seal. One thing's for certain though, this run is definitely going to go under 7 hours. Now we can just barrel through this.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Weaken the seal. Oops. I don't know why I tried to do that ringless.
This will be easy.
Let's finish this quickly.
I don't know why I tried to do that ringless. I didn't need to. Now to skip a bunch of events. Now the only thing I don't know is, I don't remember, is if I remember how to do Gnungagap and counterless. Well, good thing to know I can really just stick on normal.
Yeah.
I think it's a good thing that I got up bright and early for this. Because I knew just how daunting of a task this was going to be. We go. The final dungeon.
Yeah. Let.
There we go. Yep, I know how to remember how to do this part encounterless. third level. There we go. Well, I definitely remember how to do that in Counterless, even though I never got to get here yesterday. Nearly there. I don't know why I was pressing across its circle. I should have known full well that that was
give
an
up and
event.
die.
How can you hurt others so easily? How can you hurt Marta? You think you're some kind of knight in shiny armor, kid? I won't let you hurt out.
And split there. I don't know if I can get sub 645 at this rate. Just don't do my dying rage.
Phoenix Rush! Move! Move! Phoenix Rush!
I think I'm safe at this point. most dependent on Lloyd and Marta finishing me off quickly. If that happens fast enough, then this will be a sub 6:45. But if not, then, well, not much I can do.
Richter, this is not what Aster wanted.
Don't you dare talk about him while taking his form!
True that I killed him, but
Then cease!
I won't. You really think so?
One split left.
Yeah!
Swallow!
Yeah! Yeah!
It's over. Demonic Tiger Blade. Sword Rain.
Yeah!
It's gonna take me forever to die if I... Come on.
Blazing Tempest. Demonic Tiger Blade. Beast.
Crescent Dance!
Sonic Flap. See ya. Beast. Double Demon Fang.
Steel!
Beast. Sword Rain Alpha.
Yeah!
Rising Falcon.
Damn
Good.
humans!
It's gonna be close.
Show me your powers. I'll show you my power.
And that
Demon
one.
Ray.
I never thought I would lose.
Thank you for everything.
6 hours, 45 minutes, 2 seconds. But definitely lots of room for
Interesting.
improvement.
I always thought
But for a
that a
first
weak
run
little
of
boy
this,
like you would be no match
Not
for
bad.
me.
in the grand scheme of things.
This journey has changed both of us. I now realize that I need you. I
I'm gonna
need
let
your
all the
strength.
ending events play out.
And now
but this
I
will be the
realize
end
for
of
the
the
first
stream.
time
So
That
I'm
your kindness
good day right now.
is not a weakness. All right, fine. I will accept you as a part of me. As a show of respect for that tiny bit of courage you have inside. Agreed. And I will trust you, Ratatosk. After all, you are a part of me.
Emil? No. Ratatosk?
Don't look so sad. I take back what I said about annihilating mankind. However, I can't fully guard the door by myself.
But what do you mean?
The ancient seal on the door is no longer working, since another being forced it open.
That would be my fault. It looks like I'll need to go ahead with my original plan to seal the door with my own mana.
If that's how you really feel, then I'd be willing to help you as well.
What?
Yes. I will rewrite the natural law of the world while you are guarding the door. I am willing to do this to help lessen your suffering as well.
What exactly do you mean by rewrite?
Well, you see, mana didn't originally exist in this world. The arrival of the comet Darius Carlon, and me, and finally the transfer of the giant Carlon tree under this world, resulted in mana, creating life. So, I will take mana from everything that comprises this world, and then use it as a seal for the Ginnungagap.
But you can't! If you do that, the land will die!
No, it won't. Although it'll take time, I plan to write a new law so that won't ever happen. All life that flourishes on this land will no longer require mana to live. Humans, elves, the earth, everything.
Summon spirits too?
No. Summoned spirits are kept alive by the presence of mana. After all, we summoned spirits are not native to this world to begin with.
Then what happens to the summoned spirits when mana goes away?
Mana itself will remain in the world. It'll just disappear from all living beings that comprise it. And as long as the new world tree keeps continuing to produce more mana, it will surround the world and will eventually flow freely into the door's seal. And from there on, I will control the flow of mana in this world from the Ginnungagap. It will be my duty as overseer and as the other summoned spirit of the tree.
So what changes will come about to our world?
Once it's cut off from the protection of mana, the world will eventually decline and die.
What do you mean by decline?
Well, the world will die once it reaches the end of its lifespan. It may be billions, even trillions of years from now. Nobody really knows for sure. The world will return back to its original form, to the way it was before the giant Carlon tree was moved here. Back to the way it was meant to be.
Did Emil also return to what he was meant to be?
Yes, Marta. I believe you're right. I will return to what I was meant to be. I am Emil, but I am Ratatosk as well. And this may very well be my true form.
But you remember us, don't you?
Of course. How could I ever forget you? The time we spent traveling together was not time spent in vain. I've learned that mankind isn't as bad as I thought.
Ratatosk.
Now all of you need to go. I'm going to seal this space once and for all. So no one else ever approaches this door again. So no one else ever approaches this door again.
Well, goodbye, Emil. And thanks a lot for saving my sister.
I won't ever forget you, Emil. You better take care of yourself, all right?
It's truly been an honor traveling with you. Take care, Emil.
Just remember that you're not alone.
I wish that I'd have had the chance to work with a student like you.
I can't wait to tell everyone that I made friends with a summon spirit. Don't forget me, Emil, okay?
We will always protect the beautiful world that you have saved for us.
Emil, I want to believe that we'll see each other again someday, so I'm not gonna say goodbye.
You're going to live forever, right? Even after you've sealed this place away?
Yes.
Then I'm not saying goodbye either. Because no matter what, my heart will always be with yours, Emil. Emil, I'll always love you.
And I'll always love you too, Marta.
Is the ritual complete?
Yes, it's complete. As of this moment, none of us will be able to leave this room.
An eternal hell. I suppose it's only fitting for a man who sold his soul to demons and who attempted to destroy the world. Well, it's time for me to make my sacrifice. I'm not sure how long my body will last without the Chosen's Crucius Crystal.
1,000 years. It will take 1,000 years to draw out the mana from all living beings. After that, it will no longer be necessary to support the world with mana. Then, I will use what's left to make a new seal for the door. And at that time, I will set you free from here as well.
Then there's something I want to ask you, since you're capable of dividing into both a core and a physical body. Perhaps you could separate into two forms, Emil and Ratatosk, and live that way. If necessary, you could live off of my body.
Impossible. I have the task of separating the mana from the world.
We Centurions and monsters would be happy to carry out that task, under your orders, of course. As long as you stay in contact, there's no issue with you dividing yourself in two forms.
Lord Ratatosk, to us, the lifespan of a human being is nothing more than the blink of an eye.
The fact still remains that I actually took a human life. That single act has led to all of this, and is affecting the lives of countless others. I caused all this tragedy. I can't just simply ignore it.
But Emil, the other you, regretted Aster's death, and even though the crime was not committed by his will, he tried to atone for it. Don't you think that Emil should be allowed to live out his full life as a human being?
But... Richter...
Ratatosk, your heart has spoken. It wishes you to live the life that Aster, who died at your hands, could not. I am prepared to carry out that wish for you.
I'm sure Aster would have wanted it this way. He was such an idealist.
Thank you.
Emil, I hope you're watching. I'm going to convince the Tetha'alans to accept the people of Silverant, without resorting to any of Daddy's harsh methods. I will bring peace to the world that you are guarding for us. I think that would also be fitting in helping to pay for my crimes. It's the least I can do. Can't be.